Good morning, or whatever it is, wherever you are. So, we've got an alternate sidebar set. I'm still not super happy with that interface. It's partly because I need an extra thing on search, and it's partly because format has been kind of a junk bin. And maybe that means I need a two level tabs. Maybe it means I have to do a sort of accordion thing where it's only icons and text on the current one. The direction we were going was turning this into an actual kind of search interface for the map objects, and we're going to have something like that somewhere if I get any better ideas about how to rearrange the UI. Yep, that was that. So we've got we have life display. Search doesn't actually display things. I'm not even sure if it uses death location. It doesn't use this stuff. So that's an option of this. These are kind of global options. This is kind of a... I mean, this could almost be a time option too. Server selection almost needs to be someplace else. Time selection, I eventually want to do a better time bar. Of course, then I lose this modality where whether the time bar is visible controls whether we're in snapshot mode or current time mode. So I'd have to have the animation toggle be something else. Maybe I need to do some research brainstorming just on interface styles. See if there's anything else that could work for the things we've got. Did I do... I guess I've actually calling it like character search, but no, that is life search. Is this... yeah, search box. That's where I typed that. Maybe I did live search. So search box. Theme. Search term. Model.lives. You don't actually use that. So I think I'm going to have to separate my model search term here. But that makes the search box a bit more usable. Oh, maybe I was originally going to have the result thing as part of that. So all I need... if you switch back and forth, I probably should separate the search terms. Now, I keep doing things. It's like life sidebar. Oh, I guess I haven't separated that many data values. Now we've got like life search term and object search term. All right. The message has to get renamed too. Oh. If it was the same message, I could continue using that, but it's going to have a different response. So having a different message should be just as well. I don't have to pass that through. Oh, no, this is perform search, and then we're going to have separate typings. Let's see, do you send typing. I almost want to say that the message would be one of the earliest things, because you could then have an easier time doing a specialized type of search box. Whereas palette is data dependent and the string is data dependent. I mean, we could totally interpret typing as based on much because we only have one search box visible, but maybe that's not a constant. You get a string. I guess I could, well, this is often just called like tagger, but that's what it is. Oh, no, we actually have to pass this here. Is it message or is it command message or something? Ah, I lost an arrow. We will eventually need a separate search type as well. I don't know if I like those words now. Object typing. I've already got a thing called life search. I've also got, well, in here, well, I guess I would call that show. Naming is hard. Now we don't have as much parity between those. Maybe I can think of a better name later. Let's see, it's actually... You're fine. Oh, yeah, object search. In the same way. Okay, you do get past. Oh, no, you're also a constant. Okay, so actually, we just have to rename those and fix this. So, yeah, okay. I missed that there were 2 messages getting sent here. We were also going to be stringed message. That's fabulously clear. I guess one tends to precede the other. Otherwise, defining search before typing. That's what happens. You start to generalize things. You get these giant function calls. Oh, is the text built in there too? No. That is life search. Oh, label. I wonder if this should just be a different element. Because we're changing this, we're changing this, we're changing this. And show results certainly going to have to be different. As much as they're the same, that's just like, this is an input, we're changing all of these fields. Um, this is actually variable. But that would have to be a third argument. Or a third brand new argument. Actually, we're not defining this yet. I was trying to set up to have that be a generic thing. And it's not really going to be a generic thing. All right, we've currently got this in 2 places. Okay, we can do that. We can, let's see, things we can immediately do would be to make this object search term. On change, I may have I did put off defining these messages. Once I define them, I have to implement them in the handler. I do not have to actually send them anywhere. Oh, now she's in a J there. All right, you're going to update object search term. We're going to have something very like that. We're going to have something very like that. I thought I changed you back. Oop. Okay, undo. Okay, yeah, undo a little bit. All right, we have no means to search and we have no means to display results. So in order, I have to decide what results are going to look like. So I have a map from IDs to names. So there is all of the possible results for a search, which for this we could possibly do interactively. We'll see how that works. Or at least for a name preview. We're probably going to want some means to either select certain things or remove them. I'm not sure if the use case is going to be like, oh, well, we don't want that thing, or we do want these. So we're going to have like search results. We're going to have maybe for everyone like a include, exclude, and if anything is, well, I guess maybe default everything's selected, and we have the sort of select all, deselect all somewhere at top. I don't remember any of my recent names. There was some Groot. There was a bunch of Groots. Maybe too many Groots. Yeah, so we do have a header in this setup. These didn't have any interaction on them. Well, no, they had click. All of these links. But, well, it wasn't like a control, but... So what is a result? It is a life. Okay, so that's actually a URL. That is, we're passing this entire thing. I never did type declarations for this stuff, huh? Birth time, generation. So that's going to be, yeah, some whole data translation of a life. I don't really have object data here. We just have names. Really, all we're doing is selecting IDs. We're going to have like matching object names. And we're going to have some kind of selection. So I could do ID selected tuples. I could do two separate lists, which makes it a little bit awkward to render the booleans. Because you're essentially doing... Gee, do we have sets? Yeah, technically, both of these are going to be sets, because it's either included or excluded, although it's going to be definitely from list in one case. But this probably gives us a different set of add remove options. Maybe? Yeah, just insert remove value. Which would be more appropriate to the toggling bit. Maybe it could be a list and a set. Yeah, we have to do some kind of filter to remove an element. So the checkboxes would be somewhat simpler to implement that way, and then we'd just be doing member checks to see if it's in the selection set. So going through all of the names, we're going to have some kind of list. We're going to filter it down to just the IDs. Do I want to keep the search results as something that has a name with it? Because I can just look that up again. All right, what do we have? We have a dummy thing that does nothing. I guess I could put in some dummy data if I did the display side of it. So these are actually quite a lot of little sub things to... Do I use a data for this? It's never going to be loading. Well, its source data might be loading. Because it does depend on having the object definitions up. Would I want to show that as a loading here? I mean, that's going to be a very unusual type of situation. I'm going to have to deal with it doing the actual search. Do I want to push that through as a remote data on the results so I can display loading if we do get this while object data is still coming up? Maybe object search box. Maybe more like object search. It would almost be like if we don't have the object data yet, we would do that. Oh, that's a per server thing. We would have a current server at this point. And that is, this is not remote data. The server list might be remote data. Well, servers is just a dict. Server list. So like you could, man, I'd have to check server list to find. I guess because it's maybe. So I don't actually have good information on that anyway. Okay. Uh, this has to be... Well, for now it has to be this, because that function doesn't exist. Because I'm going to be doing things that are very, very close to all of these. But we're breaking up the display of the individual bits. Now this is just, well, I guess maybe if there's empty, we need to do something. That's still a full model. Oh, because it involves a model, so I can't type it right now. It is not a remote. Why do we need the model? Because show matching lives needs model to do show matching life, which needs a model to handle the current focus and the current theme and the lineage URL. I don't think we're going to have a focus, but we are going to have the selected data and the names. Well, we can swap this in. Actually, did I bring model into here? Yeah, actually I did. Maybe there was a time before I did that. Are you getting... Because that was only if data... The only thing is you might be... Well... The selection is going to be similar to the focus, which is going to be part of the model. And we said we were going to do a list of object ID. I think I defined that type. Yeah. And the only thing we're really checking for is empty list. Let's see, is it utilities? So there's always length. Is empty. Which really, if we're... I guess not showing the header is useful. Now I don't have a lives argument here, so I can't actually do this right now. Did I rename this and then just pass to the same stuff? Yes. I don't have a model field here yet. So we're gonna just put in some stuff. Oh, to do that as literal arguments. Well, I could start sticking stuff into the model in order to display it. That one's an argument. I guess I can deal with selections in a bit. I've already got the data in model, but well, model's gonna have everything I need to hopefully figure out which server we're looking at objects for. Let's see. So that gives us a column that glues together that stuff with the header. Which I guess I can still use life header for a little bit. It just won't look good. And that's a map of a function that we have to go a couple levels deep here just to get a valid signature. Model.focus. We're not going to have a focus. So this is the attributes of it. And I probably don't even need this because it's going to default to background. So the whole thing was a button to select it. If it's just a checkbox, I guess we could do kind of a button thing again. I'm gonna need messages. Well, no, I can have this be nothing. And then we do not currently have any special buttons here. This is just a label. I think I forget if my object IDs are int or strings. It's an int. Show matching life detail. Oh yeah, so this is actually a complicated label. So while we want to do that, I want to get something compiling. Life. String dot from int probably. Will that do it? Oh, I see a list here somewhere. Okay, that will compile. What was my test values? Selected objects. Highlighted objects. Okay, that compiles. seems like that should be showing something. Object sidebar, object search box. We've got object name. Show result. Oh, we left none in here. So we started doing this, I think. You know what else I need to do? I need to go to model, initial model. Let's see. Sidebar, object sidebar. Okay. All right, the header we'll have to figure out once we figure out what we're displaying. Show matching object. This has got totally stripped down. Show matching life detail does a whole bunch of stuff. Model, object ID. That's just padding. Life had a maybe name. Well, this is going to be a maybe lookup. Is it dict.get? Oh gosh, I need to figure out what the server is. I think I only need that for the name. So I'm probably just doing that there in the server list. Server icon. Server item goes from server select, which is a maybe int of server ID. Model.selected server. So model servers, model selected server, you don't really do anything with that. I probably do in here. Just that. Otherwise, try to find big server. I mean, that's the kind of thing that shouldn't happen, but... Oh, okay, this is server list. We're probably saving some of this. Servers. Oh, it's a dict of IDs, so we can just do servers lookup. We should be able to do servers lookup selected server, and then we get our current, which is going to go into our selected server. Maybe? Set server, which goes through and does that. Are we actually doing anything to model? Yeah, selected server is just server. Insert. Some other data. All right, so we should be able to dix.get. Well, we'll have to map out something for oh, that's right. It's that is for a server ID. For a server ID. I'm going to display server versus selected server. Do we ever actually just get selected server? Maybe not. Server select. Yeah, that's highlighting it. Start time select. And, okay. That's kinda it. Show matching object. Matching object detail. This wasn't using control color before, so I don't think it needs that. So we've got selected server. Now, really, I need the objects here. Selected server, if it's there, which means this is still a maybe. Well, the dict result is a maybe, too. And I called it ID. So that is going to be a maybe server. Maybe, is that still an and then? No, it's a maybe map. Dot objects, which is itself a dictionary. Okay, so this, it's not the ID, it's the dictionary, so it does flow into this. And that should give us a maybe string. So actually, all right, so we were doing age. We don't have an age. I wonder if it'd be useful to... Well, I can go grab the rest of this stuff. Oh. You were doing name and then a... I know that was one short-lived person. It's faster. Oh, there were a lot of IAM roots. Although some of them were in past families. Okay, so it was this. It was the row of stuff below it, and then we've got the icons. So that is... Oh, the icons are different. So this is the This is the detail, and we've got this. So you were a column with 2 rows. I probably don't need the second row going on here. Maybe I want to break out the special attribute stuff. Okay, so I would have had this thing commented out. Yep, and then this had the buttons elsewhere. Okay, so that is not the error. So much the object detail life. No, 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 no. Flint chip and flint chips. I wonder if it'd be useful to put the object number. I mean, that's not... You can see it in OneTech if you were really trying to get particular about names. Now, OneTech might be giving me the pretty names here, and then the detail stuff was in the individual object. Flint chips, no thing on there. Flint chip. Okay, so this is a bad example for display purposes. $47.40. Actually, what's something you're more likely to look for? These all have special tags on them. Probably this is the one that would show up in the map the most. Oh, and here we go. We got the async issue. Okay, so this stuff is just... Okay, so he was reformatting the internal display. So that's the kind of stuff we might want to do. I guess I can always come back to do that. There's not a whole lot to do there. So I think the other thing we need is some sort of selection marker. Show matching object. Yeah, then you had the other buttons here. And these were buttons. I want a checkbox. Data options. Toggle eaves only. That's actually pretty close. I made this a column. That's effectively just an element at this point. Maybe because I was in a row somewhere, or I was copying something from a row. This might actually be on the lead. Probably just a checkbox. Oh, you get a label. You. I could make that the label, but I might want to do a fancier presentation here, so you're probably going to be none, actually. And that message will work for now. We've got a model, so we can use that. Oh, you're an input.label. Label above, label hidden. Table of, well. Yeah, I wish there was a way to put the. But it still has a string that is put in for accessibility purposes. And that string can still be the. Oh, God. It'd be the name, which is the big complicated thing to get. Well, for now, you're going to be the ID. Maybe I shouldn't keep the results as an ID because I have to look it up twice now. Well, I could, if I formatted the label, and like this would function as the button. And that's an element. So I could do this. No, we need to be input.label. Actually, you're probably like, there was like label left. Nope, right. I'm thinking of the checkbox. And if I did do that, I would, if I did do it over here, I would want it flush. And that doesn't seem that they do that option. Well, I could make this fixed width, perhaps. Or maybe give it a fill option that would push it over. And yeah, they're all a different option right now. But we have something visible. We have a title. Oh, this is probably the padding for you, which isn't entirely bad. Although maybe once I fill this thing out, then that will be too much. Although for the current format, that's. Why aren't you depending on name information? I wonder if I've got a lazy somewhere. Because this depends on model, so you'd think it would re-render when that came in. Am I actually not getting my objects? I'm not really using the console right now. Also, well, this is now going to be very old, so there probably aren't any delivery trucks here. I'd also have to, it might end up being a similar color to one of the flint chips. But I'd have to actually find one to be able to verify that. I know there were a couple of lost ones earlier. You'd think some of them ought to be in towns. Most people managed to actually lose all of them yesterday. It was like 4 or 5. Well, all right. So if I want to do that, I don't remember exactly where that was. Wait. There we go. But I forgot to check the unknown log. Right, but I'm still sending that to the map. So actually, this is just for text, which is fine. And I'm not even sending that. Was it a color collision? It's all old world. I'm gonna have to. If I do life search, it's gonna be harder to see again. Yeah, that's probably one of the lost ones. Yeah, so kind of wouldn't stick out super good there. Another one of the lost ones. So there's actual towns. Did people lose them all? Yeah, and I see that one. I've just gone looking for because it was still kind of in the civilized area. Okay, there's one in a town. The color selection is going to be great here. Oh, and I keep forgetting to... Yeah, some of them do a refresh. But it doesn't always do it. In the normal use case, it won't be showing up right away. It still a little bit bothers me that we can sometimes get unknowns there. All right, show object results, show matching objects. We want to format that, but we don't have to do it right now. I kind of needed the header there to have an all button. Well, and it's going to be a checkbox. All right, I have an ability to display something now. And I'm out of water. That means that if I put in an actual search, I could see results. Well, I guess I could also work on... Well, I'm not actually triggering a message that does like... or an update that would do the sending the result to the map. So we don't necessarily see that correspondence until we actually have an event happening. I could create a model field for highlighted objects and then have that, the initial value of that sent to the map. And I could put that into there, and then that would condense everything. All right. I'll be back in a minute or two as I get some water here. No, I pulled this out for... Ooh, modification station fragment. Yes, please. All right, that's a 3 of. Okay, so this is a little bit bright for Rex. And it's in my face sometimes. Alright. Probably time to go get some air.
It's because you're trying to call the read passwords on the list and not each individual object in there. So the list doesn't have the read passwords method, it's actually the objects inside the list. So if you say, for example, readers index 0.read passwords, I think that would work. So I think that's your issue there. So just do a for loop in that try.
Back.
Welcome back. All right, so easy thing to do is get data. Then when we search, we have some place to put the data. We've got search term. Somewhere we've got a thing for... Was that lives we were viewing there? Model, model remote, model.lives. And then the focus for that... I don't think that would be a name collision. Oh no, this is actually here. We can go up to the actual model definition. All right, now, we should have our initial model here, so we can grab that. That should be good. So 1, 3, 5. Oop, 1, 3, 5. And we still have all of that stuff. And it did get sent to the map. So I could deal with selection, or I could deal with search. Well, having a variable search is more immediately useful than being able to turn things on and off. I almost need to do the checkbox there until I can actually do that. So actually I'm already sending the messages we would use for search. Checked, search, and actually I think... Actually, does this need a separate search from typing message? Well, I think what I might do different is I don't know if I want to do real-time re-renders on the map. We could certainly start prototyping this on typing and see how bad it is if we send the update. Let's see. I might want a function for this. All right, that was in an array because it was an element. Oh, if I do this here, oh, in any case, if we're going to try updating, this is going to have to be a lot. Okay, so that is a dict. We need to search the values and return the keys. If a key is in the dictionary. Keys, values, to list. Apply a well, I don't need to change it. Maybe a fold. Of course, we're in the middle of a maybe. I could default it to dict.empty. Then I could just operate on a dictionary. I forget if fold L is or fold L or fold R is supposed to be more efficient. And for a dict, I'm doubly not sure. All right, so I have a function, I have an initial value, it returns a value of that type. So a function, an empty list, and then the dictionary. It is key, value, accumulator. I need to, let's do exact match, then worry about how we do fuzzy match. That might be a deep problem in and of itself. Then list dot, is it list dot insert? It just would be, oh, actually, left or right might affect the order that they're going to show up in the list. Then accumulator, else, accumulator, and highlight objects equals IDs, and leaflet, highlight objects, IDs. Oh, I forgot the in. So the map is doing something. It is not updating. The map is updating something. It's not updating the layer I want. Set object layer options. You know, I probably do want to only set this on the layer that matters because I'm forcing those other things to re-render, and I don't need them to re-render. I'm going to need something like this to go get all of them, though. Object layer options. Oh. Well, this is only going to be like the defaults, and then we use it for some other general things. Is this really an object layer option? It's kind of its own thing. Yeah, it actually is just these like broadcast settings. That gives me let me set the default because there's several types of layers. There's not several types of this layer. Although fade tall objects doesn't matter. Show natural objects will matter to this. So we will be doing object layer options. But this is only one layer type. Well, if we have the animated layer, it might be multiple types. Overlay. Oh, that isn't. Maybe that goes into object generation options. Interesting. Highlight objects. I guess we were saying if this is set. All right, so set object layer options is meaning something very like this, but just for that one layer. Set like object highlight options. Set highlight layer options. All right, we're not saving it anywhere there. Have to go through all of these. We go through that one. We go through that one. We do not go through it here. It's supposed to do... Does it have a redraw method? Okay, I'm not even getting my default right now. That's not good. Oh, yep, typo. T is undefined. Did I delete too much stuff somewhere? It looks like a tile issue, actually. It usually shows up in leaflet. Base layer by time. Oh, I probably have to set object layer options that get called. No, fade tall objects, show natural objects above zoom. Maybe that would actually cause less layers to be done on that option. Maybe what happens is we try to draw to it and it isn't set yet. Whereas before we were managing to set it. Okay, so there's null. No, that's not it. That object layer options. Oh, Maybe you still need to have, maybe you do still need to have some of this other stuff set to be consistent. And yet we still have this. Ugh. All right, baby steps. Wait. How are you getting that data? Am I updating a common object somehow? I mean, assign is supposed to make a new thing. Okay, and we actually are creating this with object layer options. Object.assign, I think is supposed to either do a new object or the primary object. All enumerable own properties from one or more source objects to the target object. Console.log target, target source. Returned target, same thing. Okay, so you probably still need to be in object layer options. I'm probably missing some other properties. Of course, now I want to try and figure out what that is. That we are actually sending here. We've sent nothing? What the heck? This has to be a timing issue? It's like this function is never called. Oh? Maybe there was no world for it. Okay, we get a natural objects above zoom. But that should have a default value. Yeah, that's got a default value. Base layer by time. World list, world list, world list, world object bounds, world list. We keep getting all the data updates. Do I? That's selecting them. What if we didn't include you? Okay, T is undefined. So it is something in it's something in drawing this layer, but it's showing up deep down in leaflet because it's triggering the rendering. And it's a Heisenbug. Yeah, I guess we leave that in for a little bit. Add layer when ready. Reset view. On add. Object point overlay. Oh, maybe if my short circuit for no search. I need this one. I don't return. So we don't have a done and we don't return tile. Is what that's coming down to. Hopefully it's not annoyed by returning it twice. Draw tile. Oh, maybe I never put down this because of animation. I might have to define a redraw on this. Yeah, because it's just a grid layer. I don't remember if redraw is a it's a layer thing. What are you? You're a point legend. That's different. So object point overlay. We're not doing this, but something is still. Do you have a default implementation of that? Well, we're not doing anything to trigger you. Show or highlight objects. Set object layer options. I guess there was nothing to set at the time. Oh, really? I thought that Flint did match something. Okay, but well, I'm redoing everything. I don't need to redo everything. All right, so I think that was because we weren't returning the tile. I might have to do something to make it redraw on update. That might be why it wasn't updating. Well, I took this out. And then we This should have so blown up. Maybe it's object point layer. Object point layer. No. Nope, object point overlay. Should only be the object. Does it have a redraw method? Yes. It's not a working one, though. But we know we're getting there. The rest of these layers still do not need to redraw, however. You might be affected by other object options. Don't necessarily need to do that. This is still one word off. Okay, we're not getting our initial value now. Is that because of the object default options? Which means that this is coming in before we... This was coming in before we built anything, which is why we have that. Okay, so we either store that separately, or we just don't worry about updating it on all the other layers. Okay, that gets you initial value. It did cause it to redraw clear. Oh, and we don't have this is a naturally generating object. And I'm not doing any sub, so we'd have to have the exact item named. To match things here. So without fuzzy matching, it's hard to tell if the immediate updates are a problem. Doesn't seem too bad so far. So how good are we here? Do we do... Okay. What about... Oh, it looks like it's strict substring. Which isn't too bad, and is pretty functional. Do we have a handy method for that? Contains. If string dot contains string, the second string contains the first one. Okay, yeah, a lot of stuff. Let's see, Flint. I would say we probably want to do this in the other order to get things, well, actually, you probably do. I'm not sure about that one. If that's the order it was developed in? Well, 4661, 4666. Yeah, so that is in item order. Seems to work pretty good. Oh, and I didn't have the network tab up. Okay, so we got that one. We've got, ooh, what are we printing here? Okay, so this is, what is that? Oh, 2658. Base layer by time. And I need to have this up so I can see, did we actually get our objects? So if we do, oh yeah, okay. So that's everything with a T in it, which was a little bit laggy. Now I could probably put either a length limit on the string or a number of result. Well, I guess what really matters is the number of items that are going to get highlighted. But let's see, is that a do we send it, or and you'd want to clear it if it wasn't set. I can't, the way I'm doing the iteration, I can't easily put a count limit on it. I can perhaps, actually that's going to be really unfortunate with lists. I might have to do the left iteration reverse. Take the, well, no, first n. I mean, 100 or something. I presume that you have, well, that's like, what, 20 or 30? Which will actually fix a lot of that. All right, list that first. It's just that, right? Little list. I keep doing that. I've got a little lisp. No, take, not first. So now if we do, that's at least somewhat reasonable. Now a bunch of these items won't actually appear on the map. So these are probably like all, oop. Oh, those are not stones. Well, there's a huge list of things there, so. Oh. Right. All right, for comparison. No, you do single auto searches. If term is blank, we could skip this entire thing. Do I want to set up a complete short circuit on that? Because that'd be just one big if else. Oh, right. It has to be. No, nothing else. Just X, which is what that was. It is an and then, so it doesn't process if it was nothing. Okay. Straight branch. I might have to get into some communication about color codes so I can actually use this as a key. We've kind of done that. That's work in progress. We need icons, icons. And I mean, I guess in a perfect world, we'd actually like do the search. Well, reporting back the number of items found is going to be awkward for a couple of reasons. Part it's data, mainly because it's all spread across different tiles. All right, for me on a decent computer, that's interactive. Now what I'm not doing, term equals, string contains. Do we have upper and lower? Conversions, char conversions, list conversions, 2 upper, 2 lower. I've already got a let block. I can't really use case in the name because Elm uses that. I almost want to have a prelowered search index. But I also, well, it would almost be a separate dictionary. Unless I did it as like pairs or something. Remap. Well, if there's any to be found, maybe I'm just misspelling that. So, yeah. Oh, it's all piles. There don't seem to be any singles. Now, there might be, like with mushroom. Oh, but that's a time transition, so you wouldn't be able to see it. Oh, I have to figure out what to do about this, too. Maybe that was just never an issue with names, or maybe I had something on the name field that cut it off. Yeah, only one here. Oh, geez. There might actually be enough of these that you would want more than that number of results because of all the different colors. Well, it is coming up with a different order. So maybe they're doing some more, maybe they're preferring shorter terms. Yeah, you're doing a sort by string length. So maybe I do have a search index that's pre-sorted by string length, pre-lowercased, and I guess it would just be tuples because we're just going to search through it anyway. And yeah, because I'm grabbing names here. All right. Now, there are probably better data structures for searching, although I don't think there's going to be necessarily any in core. Binary search trees. I don't know if you could. I mean, this is a substring, so Elasticsearch, substrings in user records. That's going to be overkill. Yeah, and I see I can't really use these for the other ones. It's all the autocompletes and variants of autocompletes. Yeah, this is mostly talking about numbers. It's a comparable, but that's not going to do us much good. A record identification strings. Look up C. A table is a function to pull out the property. I guess that's, well, make table. The int must be internal. And it's a list of dicks. Number of dictionaries to populate. Oh, there isn't it. Maybe that's probably right for most applications. Look up a string and substrings of a given length. This is like a pre-calculating substrings or something. Inspired by lunar. Okay, yeah, that's going to be that's going to be overkill. Showing and filtering a list of options. Yeah, so this is going to be for a static list of options, which we could just put the entire list in there. It's apparently extracted from a date picker. Yeah, taking over the events. Selection change, text change, search box change. So it gives you the equivalence, I guess. Update with your suggestions. It's a completely opaque type. Oh, this is only auto. Yeah, this is only autocomplete. Oh, it's an LE. Okay. Is there a small fixed list in here? Well, I know what countries are. Okay, so that's fancy. Person? Maybe it couldn't get its list of people? This is such a big list. And it doesn't seem to be length sorted. It's the view. This would have to be on the search. Selection changed. Text changed. Search box changed. Seems nice for small lists. And then this is just like the underlying search engine. Ah. Okay, you've got a list of 1,000, so it's probably just in memory. That substrings, that, So is this app doing that, preferring smaller results? Indices for an inserted element. Oh, for that, okay. Insert multiple records. Table.dict count less than len. So I guess it's like hashing it into some buckets. Or maybe it's doing string.left. I actually clicked through instead of opening. C. Yeah, that's in the middle. Maybe it like does tables of like up to 4 characters at every position and then just searches those. Module. Oh. Well, I've never been a big fan of the extra modules, but I guess they're just getting some value out of it. Find. List get at. Oh, there's find and there's lookup. Look up a string. Find substrings. This is the given length. If you want to list them all out. Well, this would be a second data structure anyway. When I was looking at it, like, if I'm going to do a second data structure, do I want to do something fancy pants? Which, even for 1,000 items, it hasn't been too bad. Or for thousands of items. We do need some kind of search index, though, to easily get the sorting behavior. Oh. Objects are a per server thing. So I either have to build the search index every time we change servers, or I have to pre-compute a index for every server. Well, we have multiple servers. Most servers are using the same object data, but the way it's set up now, I can probably duplicate the object. Well, if I built the search index once, that would also get copied around because it would happen every time we updated objects. Objects received. Yeah, so right now we're just putting it into everything. I could build that once, and it would get copied into all of them. So we've already got make object map. And it is just 2 lists. So if we, let's see, to sort them together, I'd have to tuple them, and then sort them. We do in fact need a tuple pair, and then it should be like a probably just list.sort, right? But what does the signature of that look like? Sort values by, okay, so I can do a derived property. I mean, the name length will probably dominate item order anyway. Or ID order. Custom comparison. Let's see, we did IDs, names. Doesn't really matter which one we do. And there's no real reason to turn this into a dict. We just need both values, and in a sort sort by tuple second. String.length. I might have to reverse that or something. I still need the map to look up names of things. Now, somewhere I'm going to have to be constructing servers. And somewhere I expanded this window. Oh, object index. List.empty is not a thing. Oh, right, because it's we have syntax for that. And then these things. Are you model? You hold data. Yeah, that's map UI. I might have future in here too. Yep. Make object index. List is a list object string. Oh, obviously copied a type annotation. All right, object index, and then when we do a search, We get the object index with a list.empty. List is, I don't know if the order matters. This might go back to left though. That was order preserving. Oh, now that it's a list though, that might actually be a performance thing. Although probably it's just going to do a. You would think it would just do a reverse itself. It doesn't have a key value anymore. Oh, I was going to prelower these as part of the index as well. Double.second string dot length. I guess it would make sense to do that before we did this, huh? Let's dot map. String dot to lower. Oh, I did a list dot empty again. That trips you up every time. Okay, and we do in fact want to reverse that. Let's see. Not. So I was doing the dict in order, and it was that kind of fold. Huh. So I can either reverse the index or reverse the search. Does sort by from lowest to highest. So in theory, it should the index should be in that order, but I could arrange the index to use the more efficient search if I knew what the more efficient search was. Oh, did we get our objects? Oh no, it's still rendering. Yeah, it looks like we got it. So how did you not re-render? That view is using the model to get the object data to display the names. It's doing all the server stuff, but still, anytime the model updates, the view should update. This is definitely an atypical situation. You wouldn't normally start up with the search running. But I'm really baffled as to how this can happen. I guess I need to know my exact command order. Which is going to get super spammy and might change the results. Oh, jeez. Okay, so I need to know... I need to not have timer subscriptions. Error? Oh, didn't compile. But now I also have to catch it being naughty. Overlay monuments. I might have to get a capture of both. Objects received server list. That's it. We get the objects before the servers, and we've been going to go through and update the servers. And they didn't used to matter that those could come in the opposite order. So really, I don't know if I want to do a full rebuild worlds. But servers... When we get server list... Well, okay, so objects update servers. We also need to throw the object list aside. And I guess it would have to go to my server. Or we'd have to come back and update it later. With other information. So model, and I guess this would be a remote data. And this actually would affect the search that's actually not in the server list. Or the interactive search, rather. Actually, yeah, you do not have any data for that. So we've got lives, servers, server list, selected point. And then this is all kind of derived from that stuff. You actually are remote data. And you can be kind of the raw. What is the raw response? I guess... No. Because we're saving versions. So this is actually very, very close to this. And then we had object IDs and object names. This is only one... Well, if I deal with versions, I'm going to have to deal with objects as well, I guess. So I could save the map in the index and then just spit them out to servers. Or as I'm set up, I need both of them. If I kept the raw object as my data, I could rebuild any of that as needed. Let's see, versions. All right, my server gets that data, but that was the preprocessed one. So I could store the raw data. Yeah. And reprocess it every time. Or I have to store the individual processed things. And then if we ever have to deal with different object sets, then that's going to be an issue. Well, they'll get into different versions too. Huh. So your remote data. These would be remote data on the model. Versions was still remote data on the server. I hit caps lock. You don't have my default values here. Well, I guess the default value is just not requested, so it's just kind of makes me wonder if I should just have. See, that would mean, what would that mean for versions? Do I use versions anywhere else? Not currently. So that's a big process. We build worlds. You have to all get built with it, which they all get it from there. And then rebuild uses my server prop to do that. So the server should have already had that. So the consequence of deferring the build would be that we'd have to do complete versions on server list instead of on object list. And I think that would pretty much cover it for everybody. I would also be keeping around the JSON object with a bunch of other stuff I don't need. I guess would be the big issue there. Okay. So blah 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 blah. I called it objects in this is on the model. Inversions was a data as well. Although this was not. All right. Server list. So my server was already expecting that as a remote data. It was just sticking it in there. Well, this would be just sticking it in there too. But you're going to have to get all of that stuff, which was sticking it in there as remote data. Which means we have to deal with the possibility that it's not loaded every time we do that. Is an accurate reflection that it cannot be loaded. No. Early prop versions. Is that maybe dealing with remote data in every case? Yeah, remote data with default. So that deals with that. I need to do lookups. I don't think I really need to do any special feedback. Based on that. And now the question is, do we need subtypes for these? All right, so instead of this, it is going to be remote data dot with default names. I might need some sort of like collection of the metadata there. And that updates every single one of these. Yep, that replaced the buffer. What a signature. Oh, you're different. You're a POSIX. And you're a POSIX, and you're a POSIX. Okay, we got our spacing wrong. Now, actually, we don't currently have valid objects for any of these, but I guess, well, the return a server, that's correct. It might eventually support natural objects. A future would work. We don't yet have valid objects for these, but we might. Although updating some of these properties after the fact on all of them is starting to look better. Oh, except this rebuild world. It's not using versions per se. We just have to fill in this. Actually, rebuild worlds possibly should be using versions. That might be one of those fields. Maybe I deliberately didn't do that. And I did 2 hours, 1 life in Crucible because they didn't actually have that stuff. These are potentially different. Oh, because I was just passing not available for all of these. Okay, so it was dummy data. That's versions. Oh, so future is actually based on the main server, even though it really only exists in a time period where it doesn't matter. Is it useful to even try to support this? I mean, the object stuff is all wrong there. Although our server update, when objects come in later, is going to go through and update everything. Ah, jeez. And then we copy pasted it to all of them. All right, objects, which we didn't get around to putting all the arguments in. Third argument, remote data, remote data, remote data POSIX. Not available, not available. Yeah, we missed one view. Yeesh. All right, so this should no longer be possible. And did I have my timer disabled? Oh, I didn't. All right, well, who are we working on? Okay, so that is sorted. Full X. Must be a category. Might need to. I don't have any metadata to filter those out with. Hmm. Yep. Clothing chest. Ah, so as in not a half cross. Okay. All right, so that is. Well, we're not going to get the naturally occurring stuff unless we're in. And does that even work? Well, it's not going to work because I don't have that on. Oh, yeah, it works for natural stuff. Okay, so we want to like display this at least differently. We want to update a header. We want to actually have the checkboxes do something. So I guess the first thing would be to get the checkboxes doing something. Where am I going to store that? So we have highlight object, which is still constant, just because it's nice to have something come up and be there. We're working on display stuff. Selected objects. Because really we're going to be adding and removing things. Oop. Highlight objects. Set. Let's see, I'm not doing any other like post-processing, so no easy way to duplicate that. Or avoid duplicating that, rather. So, actually, I guess I would take at least one of those out. And view. Matching object detail. That's just getting our text right now. This is not the box. Checked if. So it has model. Set dot is member dismember. Member. All right, so that's already something. And this module has to include set. Am I ever going to directly use set? Okay, so the checkboxes are correct. We need, let's see, we had a select life. Select matching life. And it was matching because it was matching set, and it's just going to be an object ID. The first place we have to deal with that is in the main program. Do I even search across multiple servers? So that's at the current time. That's not going to be a thing. Not going to be a time notice. So we're not changing time. There's going to be something there. I don't think it's going to be a batch. Actually, I'm not going to. I don't know if I'm going to have any command here. No, because what we're going to send is the selected items, not the filtered items. Oh, this isn't going to work. That's going to give me a Boolean. And I'm going to have to put in what thing it was referring to. Which means this is going to depend on what we did. And this is the thing we're going to have to send to the map. Oh. So really, highlight objects is kind of that set. I need to rename a bunch of stuff. And you get very confused in your let statements. Oh, you know what? Actually, because I forgot then. That's why. Oh, it's not set.remove. Insert remove. Oh, you didn't have set. Did objects. There's no real reason for this to take it as set, I guess. All right, model. So, I think lives was like the matching lives. So really, I should probably rename these one by one. Matching objects. Highlight objects. Break all the things. That's that highlight objects. That is that matching object. So that really is going to be, it is going to be kind of highlight objects. Matching objects, you're the message. You're the message. View. Model. Matching objects. Well, that would work if we typed it right. Yep, and sure enough. Okay, that one we typed right. Now, you are going to be the actual highlighted objects. Why do I keep typing objects? There is... Well, when I'm typing, like we're going to default to everything on, so sending that's going to be fine. I can fix that later. It's just a... one thing I wanted to fix was this, this should really be highlight objects. View. Oh, selected objects. Highlight objects. Okay. Now, map UI, when we do a object typing, we're going to update everything to reset this. So by default, we're going to show everything. And I don't have a message for this yet. And I have the message, I am not sending it yet. Okay. I do all the stuff. Oh? Well, that was flint, not flint chips, yeah. We need a header. Life detail header. Yep. Object detail header. You're just going to be an element, I think. All right, a row of, ooh, I might have to, it's going to be basically a checkbox again. What was this? This was a row. So probably it's going to take over this spot. All right, check. I'm going to have the ambiguous check on this one. Just have something there. We're going to need to style this differently. Oh no, I have icon. Maybe I can do something there. Life list. Right, so I need object list. Do I even have that? Show matching live, show matching objects. I might not have this method. Yeah, so there's life list header. Oh, what method did I just change? Oh, life detail header. Age born. Oh, that might just been the hierarchy I had before. Interesting. Because it had the buttons on it. Do I need that whole thing again? That's why it was a column, because that was a little piece in it. Width full. You don't have those buttons. Oh, okay, it was... No, objectivity for ints. I changed the wrong one. Okay, and that... We lost some font changes in the header, maybe? Life... Detail header... Width... Ah. No, font size 10. That looks like that font. Actually, I guess this is actually that detail bit. And we font size 16 on the row. Somewhere in all of the stuff we've done, we lost some padding or something that makes this all line up nice. So I have to figure out which is which. Object detail. So that's column padding 4. Did I actually remove a subject object on this one? So matching life detail, column padding 4, rows. We took out some row spacing. The font size seems to have taken care of itself. Okay, that's... Nope, okay, so that is not the thing I was trying to adjust. Show matching objects, show matching object. Input, oh, you have your own padding. That should be the same for both of them. Oh, but I took some stuff out of here. Show matching life. Ooh, you have nothing. Okay, that seems to line that up. That's a little bit different spacing there, but we might be able to live with that. Oh, did that add... Or did I leave something somewhere else? Okay, actually, this spacing might be something else, but I should see what happens when I split this. I'm gonna have to do like separate top and bottom stuff. So show matching object detail is pretty much just the name. You did column. Maybe with default in. So we do need to do some more things to this one, and then string replace split a string and a given separator gives you an array. There should only be one hash in there. Or rather, a list. I might want to treat those differently, though. Do I need a case statement to break that apart? Can I do... Maybe its name is like title, adders, and rest equals string dot split. I guess I don't even need name. I could... Man, that'd be a weird thing to pipe into, I guess. Oh, right, because I got this attribute from when this was part of the column. Okay, it does not like to do this outside of a case expression. I guess I could do this thing inside of a case. Oh, and we might not have all of the pieces. And that might not be exhaustive. We still got this here. Oh, well. I don't think actually, maybe the issue was I never put the argument in there. Yeah. And this assumed that that would have matched because we didn't deal with empty string, which I guess that would just be unknown. Again. Well, they get it into two things. We still got too much space here. And I probably need to do some trimming as well. Formatting. It's not going to work out well, is it? That should be fine. String.trim. Let's see. All right, so what did we do in here? Yeah, so this was column padding for life.name with default. And then we did a row, but really just any element wrapper. And we set the width of the entire thing, which isn't as big a deal. So font size and spacing. Well, spacing was for the elements. We need at least an element here, though. Or maybe it's like font.size. Yeah. And maybe a dummy element on the others to help keep it even. Now you see what I actually want here. I probably want the checkbox lined up with the name. I didn't have to deal with checkboxes before. I had buttons. which were kind of centered with the entire line. Well, maybe that'd be consistent. It just looks a little off to be going back and forth, and if I put a dummy in here, I guess really just be the L. And that's just going to look off on every single item. Now, I was copying the structure of my other thing. I don't have to copy the structure of my other thing. Oh. So the whole thing would move up into here. I may have stretched this because it was the label. The awkward, there's no nice way. Well, maybe I could have something that would always return the appropriate top and bottom elements, no matter how the string split. And then you would have some nice linear code to format those properly. So you're just going to be a little bit different. Oh. So you do need the model to do that. Actually, do I need... I guess my concern would be... like driving versus not driving. That can be important. Yeah, just fuel, driving. Well, that one actually just says empty. Yeah, these two. Although, I could perhaps use an even smaller font here, because it's going to be less often important than some of the other things that we were using before. So this is going to be like object name parts. It's not going to... Yeah, because the formatting is the stuff that's getting repeated every time. I guess the tuple will be the easiest thing. So you're just... title letters. And this is a really... should never happen. Oh, I actually want to reuse some of this stuff elsewhere, don't I? Specifically, probably that one. And we have unknown again, because what the heck happened here? Maybe we should have... I just never like lets. It's gonna look a little bit like this. Then we skip that step. We do need both parts. Object name parts. Then we do the split. Just so we have the singular return here. No, not just object name. Then we turn it into that bit, and then no. We need the checkbox as part of that. Are you gonna have to? You might have to do a let though, because we need to get the 2 bits out. And I still don't want to redo all the work. Okay, so you are be part of row 1. So this is going to be a row. It is a row. You're going to be part of a column. We're going to have to work out all our padding and stuff again. We've got that, where our label is... Oh, I guess I could do the trims down here. And then... There's the column. Oh, I'm going to have to... I see I have to line this up in 2 ways now. Or do I just align top on the checkbox? Is that a base thing? Align top, align bottom. I guess I can still do that. This is still going to be like a whole sub-expression. And where does that... What does that... What level does that work on? Oh, I've just got a bunch of intermediary stuff here. No, somewhere else. So you match you, you match you. Did I not hit save? You're just returning an expression. Well, I actually had the structure here, so I don't really know if the align worked. I guess that is better as a label. It's just straight up text. You did go into an element, so this would be like... I can work out pixel sizes for that, but it might depend on the browser, like checkbox controls and things. Although we do have an icon in here, so that's not a browser checkbox. Yeah, no, it's the thing with a bunch of area classes. That's still I'm going to have me depending a lot on the exact sizes chosen by the element library. But I'm going to do this. If I'm going to do the label as a column, I kind of want to pull it out again. The old method name was show matching life detail. All right, so we don't have an input box. That's just title text. Fundamentally, this is a row with 2 elements. Oh, and we pre-trimmed it. Object detail header. All right, we removed that. Show matching life detail. Okay, so we're putting stuff just below there. So lose that. I think we added this thing is a column. Or no, it's a row with 2 columns. So it's a row. I might have to go flip the other one. Yeah, so you're a column, which means it... You're a column. has multiple rows. But maybe it has to be a line top here. And then I don't get the effect I want. Okay, so there's definitely a tall element there, and then there's a checkbox. Plus containment item. Align an element within another element. I don't know if this is actually more of a margin thing. So an element row, nothing, left, center, right. So this is within the space that it's allowed. So I might have to do a column here just for the align top. Because align top might not mean anything in a row. That's doing left, right in a row. No, those are element L's, but I have to be in a column. And that has to be that. Actually, I might not need the row here. Because the checkbox has the label. But then that's going to be the label of the entire thing, and the checkbox is not going to be able to be subaligned because the checkbox and the label, and I don't think I have control over the parts of that. No. Although you're a column, yeah, in a column, that would be the alignment. So I cannot get the alignment I want with that entire thing as the label. All right, now this is back to being a row at the top level because we've got the checkbox and we've got that. Now, if you are title text, then our other element is there, and this is where we have to do row for the two pieces. Or no, it's a column of two rows, one of which is just the element because it has its own 2 bits. And then you have to be a row so that I can have a dummy element to, well, actually padding is sufficient. That's all it is padding of some sort on a specific side. Padding or spacing? Outer edge and the content, space between children. So this would be padding each. There's no shorthand. I probably have a default padding somewhere, but actually I guess we should really do the one we care about. Who knows? That got nice and big. Oh, and we just left this stuff hanging out here. That doesn't look too bad. It looks like it could go a little bit more. Yep, we not recompiled yet. All right, now we need to figure out where the spacing between items is coming in here. First of all, actual object size. Okay, that's the size of that thing. This seems a little bit smaller. It's like the checkbox does have some padding on it. It's probably, I mean, like this doesn't look too bad. It could, let's just take this down, see what it does. Yep. Okay, that's responsible for some of that stuff. We have to get into each's. Oh, there is an XY for at least one of those. Padding XY, spacing XY, but that only matters in a given type of container type. Okay, that's the one I'm more bothered by. Maybe. And then, is that doing anything? And then that's the distance between here. So spacing 2 was probably fine. I think the padding I'm more interested in here is this padding. Oh, that had a different effect. Maybe it was 2. 2 and 2. Okay, so that at least lines up. Although really, Where's the header for this? Life detail header, object detail header, checkbox. The matching thing would be to do that. All right, and there's definitely some space above. Some of the space is going to be the allocation for this. You know what? That is the same thing as we're using for that. To offset from the check. No, that's... Is that spacing? Okay, that's actually... Oh, that's the header, which is quite over. Yeah, that's just the spacing there. So maybe I've got some padding on... Oh, label, you've got a padding 6. That's the header. That's something else, that's something else. There's a few of those. Oh, did I? No, that's something else. No, object detail header, and the align top that never did anything. You've got a padding 6. Which for a standalone checkbox was fine. Okay, and then we want more spacing, so that was 6. All right, what are we looking at now? You're currently tight. There's the white space for this thing, which we're probably want to leave in there. So this is going to be like the spacing of the container. Show matching object, spacing 10. I'm going to need multiple sub-items to judge how this is going to look. Or subtext items. That actually seems fine. Okay, that's layout. I'd kind of like the all button working, but that could be a little bit hairy here. So I think if we're in a partial state, no, that's hooked up to something else. I would think it would be select all. Input.default checkbox. Oh, which is just it's only a Boolean, so you can't do any kind of half state. An element message. But it only gets a bool. I mean, I guess you could supply an entirely different function depending on other things that are going on in the state. So we would say that is checked if all of these are checked. It is unchecked if any of these are unchecked. And then we would have that behavior based on what was happening. So that is... think that's determinable in the view. Of course, this is the terminal in the view with state. An object list header doesn't have anything. You have, okay. You could just get a bool that I could show there. It's gonna have to do it somewhere, and that's a lot of, well, I have to pass something down. That is indeed true. And we have to get an actual message for it. And this is the complicated thing. We need to know. This might just be a length comparison. I know list has a length. And set has a size. Okay, that part works. This could almost be a model method, because it's basically going to come down to that test as far as which behavior we do. This is just a little tiny little helper method. It's just kind of the bottom though. Oop. Okay, and then let's see. We need to have a message. Oh, speaking of messages, we're currently doing interactive updates, so we don't need this. Oh. We have a none. It's an on change. The argument is beta message. Expects a JSON decoder. Oh, attribute expects a decoder. Succeed or success? Succeed. Oh, you know what? I actually just don't have to. This is like an extra attribute. I just don't have to specify it. Unlike the onChange. All right, then this is, let's say, so object typing. We have select matching object, select all objects. Since we're using a checkbox, the checkbox is going to give us a bool whether we want it or not. I guess I could do the always again. Actually, it's going to give me the new state, which I think would actually have that, means I don't need that function exposed. This is more like toggle all objects or something. So I do need to know this twice to determine what to do with it. Maybe I could have a modifier function that's like, okay, and then update the highlighted objects. If selected, then I'm not sure if this is going to be the new state or the old state. I think the checkbox will usually work to give you the new state. So if it's selected, then model dot highlight objects, no. Matching objects, set dot from list. Else set dot empty. Object. Okay, it toggles itself. But it's not doing anything to these. Oh, maybe. Well, no, because it wasn't changing them at all, even if I got it backwards. So first of all, are we even getting different values? I mean, it's showing different values. I'm not sending that message. I haven't updated it yet. So we think it's going to be that way. Because you have to implement that. All right, show matching object. Yep, and that was just an arbitrary number. That should be on. Select all, select none, and then you could turn on individual ones. We turn them on individually, we still get that, so that toggles them. We're going to default to doing this. If we did something there, and then we did a new search, there's a spoon? Spoon. Which brings us back to needing to do the color matching, but that is... I either need to duplicate the logic or communicate back and forth. That will be extremely nice. This is a train wreck right now. I can't even ship it with that. We've kind of defined it. We haven't picked icons. We need some feedback and the item colors. And I probably should have done intermediate checkpoints here. We had things that were working at times. That was a new statement. Typos, and then object highlight options. Got that same statement. And a return value. Oh, am I past the point of having default objects? Perhaps. Oh wait, I never fixed that. Highlight objects, to list, highlight objects. This is just model dot. Oh no, you actually are a list, but I'm keeping this as a set. It's a little silly that we're converting it back and forth. I guess it could actually be the all the objects, but technically that's the thing that's selected. All the renames and new methods. Oh, and I also set that to default to sidebar open. Must be closed sidebar to better match the other forms. Yep. And the only real problem now is that, well, I guess if I made them both search, clicking on it would at least tell you what it was. So if I published that, someone might at least have a chance of figuring it out. I'm still kind of not liking the split sidebar setup. But it's actually usable. I could theoretically use that. Okay, or just data coming in slow. Maybe you want a larger object limit because there's a lot of truck stuff, and maybe you want to search for like all the different colors of cars or something. Okay, well, there's something. Not quite sure where we were before. Oh, another thing we need to do. Disable when zoom's too far out because there's no feedback on that right now. So that's actually another kind of a killer usability issue because the standard response to this is, well, gee, I'm going to zoom out so I can see everything. There has to be something in the map that tells you it's only loaded data. And loaded data in the current map view, only the static snapshots. With all of that stuff, you'd almost have to make it a secret feature. And the problem, and I can't just make this thing like experimental because I removed all of these options over here to object mode, and then they just disappear if I take this out. And like the other two tabs are basically unto useless without this. So yeah, I can't ship this without instructions. Oh well. That's it for today. That's when I'm usually on, so yeah. I was trying to finish something up, and I guess I just need to get a better sense that there's always more stuff than you're thinking of right now. You sort of got the immediate UI done, but that one may have just ended. Looks like it's going. Ah, yes. Jarnasorna's bubble popping game. So I don't know if he's doing any UI stuff or what right now, but Jarnasorna is working on a web-based little game. If you're looking for someplace cool to hang out, that's someplace cool to hang out. Thanks for hanging out with me. Goodbye, and until next time.